Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this fine, pleasant, enjoyable, cloudy, gray, sad looking ass Monday morning? Hello! Hi, Zajef, I love you. I'm sorry to hear that.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
You were a glorp streamer. How did you eat? I had okay. It wasn't good eat, but it wasn't bad eat. It was okay eat. I've changed my mind. I hate you. That makes a lot more sense. Welcome to the club, bozo. Alright, chat. How was library? It was closed. The opening hours on Google were wrong. So I'm going today instead. Classic Google, yeah, it is classic Google indeed. You're right. Certainly is. Anyways, chat. We're gonna open up our stream in a nice way. We're gonna start immediately with our stare, our pound. Is that a word? Yeah, it is. No zilch today, chat. It's a no zilch day. I don't know how you write this word. Is it like this? Anger. It's ire. Alibi. Tenor. Irene. Site that dubs itself the global marketplace for unique and creative goods. What? Alert. Could this be lines? Yep. Yup. 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 Play today's spelling bee. Should we do the spelling bee, chat? The fuck is a spelling bee? Oh, how many words can you make with 7 letters? Hey! What do you mean too short? Play? Oh, it has to have H. It has to be at least 4. Um. Hmm. Wait, no, I'm gonna. Hmm. Wonder if I'll be able to find any more. Hmm. I think that's gonna be it for what I can do. I don't think I like the spelling bee that much. I'm gonna be honest. Let's do our Genshin Redact. She. Oh. Shimmer Cam? Wait, what do you mean? Oh. My bad. Alright, chat. Do you guys, are you guys finding any inspiration here? At first I thought it was Fatui Harbingers, but it's not. Doesn't fit. What else could it be? It could be Sumeru Academia. Farazan? I think you're right. I think it actually is Farazan. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, dude. Holy shit. Can you give connections another try? No. The connection has lost me. Let's do the Genshin duel. Balls. 1.0 character from Leah. We get an exercise redeem. Chad, should I do squats instead of an arm exercise? Oppa! It looks like you're lamenting. True. I'm just bubbling with energy. Damn it. I should know this. Is that Kokomi? Yes. Damn it. It wasn't Mika? Is that a mouse? Who the fuck is a gamer? What? Okay. Sure. Bald. The Destruction character released not too long after Bald. Not too long after Donahung 2. It's not a Lofu character. Who the fuck could it be? Kui? No, it's not Lofu. Dude, what? Does 2.0 count for one arrow? Maybe it does. Maybe it's Misha. It's Misha. Okay. Okay. I have no one to rely on as a traveling merchant. There is at least some security when I have some ways of saving myself. What? Who the fuck is a traveling merchant? Sampo? No. Dude, what? Maybe Moe's? Oh no, chat. This might be our streak. Try the new ones. I have no idea who it could be.
I have no one to rely on as a traveling merchant. There is at least some security when I have some ways of saving myself.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's like the only voice I'd recognize. Ha ha ha. Fuck is that? Could that be Ho-Ho? You think? No. Maybe it's one of the new ones. Don't fucking know, dude. Standing ovation. Is that Gwenithan? Yeah. Is it a Bende? It's not. Damn. It's a fire character with nothing in common with Ben. Alright. Not bad. Oh, by the way, chat, for those of you that play Balatro, yesterday, for the first time ever, I had a successful Stone Joker run. Isn't that crazy? Have you ever seen a successful Stone Joker run? It wasn't Gold Stake, because I was doing a new deck. But yeah. What deck was that? Blue deck. My deck was full of purple seals, so I had a way to scale my Tarot Joker a lot. It was plus 64 at the end, which is not bad. And I had like 7 hands because I got the 2-hand upgrades on blue deck. I guess 6 because I had the Joker that is plus 2 hand size minus 1 hand. It's a Monday. You are right. It is a Monday. So that means we gotta go to this.
Adventure time. Bring it.
I didn't get 3 weekly bosses since Mallow Vol dropped. True, me too. At least I got the right ones today. And I got a solvent, so that's alright. I'll take that. You see Minsley made a video on Malika being a Mary Sue? Oh. Did she? I got 3 this week? Who the fuck asked? Can we watch it? Maybe. I'll think about it. You said Malika is not a Mary Sue? I agree with that thesis, so Pog. Reminder to collect teapot resin. Do you think they'll introduce a new element with Skirk? I think it's possible.
This realm.
Do you have any indication that Skirk would come out before 6.0? I don't think so, right? Yes, and 5.7? Is that confirmed?
If you ever.
She was in the 5.x lineup in the trailer. Was that supposed to be 5.x? Huh. I thought it was just future characters. I didn't know it was like... I didn't know they gave themselves a deadline.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except
Hmm. You see my early Kino build? I just got her. Maybe. Maybe today we do UID reviews. It's been a while.
Everybody stand! You two! Time drop from the sky!
Fuck you. Wow! Wow.
Burn it! Bring it! Let's light it up! Teamwork is get to work! Laline, East Papa, Pyroclastic Surge!
Chat, you know what I started reading yesterday? I started reading ORV. Are you proud of me, chat?
I'm going in!
Thoughts so far? So far, I'm a little disappointed. It's a lot more generic than I expected it to be based on how positive people's review of it have been. I don't think it's bad, but it's also, like, not nearly as outstanding as I'd been led to believe.
Suffer the riptide of the blazing sun!
Wow. Jesus. What series is he talking about? Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint.
Teamwork is get to work! Lolling, eat Papa, wrath from the sky!
How much did you read? I'm a little over 30 chapters in, I think. I got distracted because it wasn't that fun, so it made me want to play Balatro. I should lock this. That could be an upgrade. I should lock this. That could be an upgrade.
Burn it! Everybody stand! Suffer the wrath of pyroclastic surge!
Fine. That's 2 doubles in a row. It doesn't matter, because it's all trash, but that's okay. Hmm. Reminder to do the parametric transformer.
Add
Oh, right. I forgot that existed.
Thank you for
Probably haven't done it in like 3 months.
add
I guess we can do it. Hmm.
Light it up!
We take those. We take those. I should level this. Probably. Why? So I can use DPS Shilonen. Why else? Why else, dude? Obviously. Let's watch the Daily Dose of Drunk Guard 117.
Is Lanyet good? Impacts, are you asking this to have like a title for your video? Lanyet is insane. What she's good at is being a 2-in-1. So she's a 2-in-1 when you need a Nemo and shielding. A buffing and shielding in the same slot. Will she give you more buffs than a buffer like Kazuha or Shilonen? No. but she'll give you shielding as well. So if you need a shielder, sometimes she can be better than a lot of the other shielder options. For example, if you're playing Arlecchino Mono Pyro like this team, Lanian's the best shielder here. Zhongli's good too, but Lanian gives you more buffs. Shield strength wise, baseline, if you just E, it's okay. It's not that strong as far as shields go. However, against anemo damage or when it's infused for either pyro, cryo, electro, or hydro damage, it's really strong for that element. Outside of that, and it's kind of flexible because it could be 5 different elements. Then, even just outside of that, C2 makes your shield
Swallow's nest
really strong because you can basically just like keep regenning its health every normal attack. So that makes it a lot stronger. It's not needed, but it just makes your shield stronger. So that's cool. And then C4 gives an EM buff, which is nice. Okay, I don't have time for this. Let's just go. Let's go. Bro, I'm like losing my marbles. I'm losing my marbles. Since when do I say that? I'm on 2-piece Blizzard. I'm cooking the account. I made it worse.
Is that it? I was expecting something bigger.
Bro, what is that line?
Whose skin has felt the blessings of the River of Souls for 9 straight
That's what I'm
winters.
saying. Oh, shit!
Now that
Oh,
is commitment.
shit! Oh, shit!
Did I just say that out loud? I gotta go.
Oh, shit! Yo, that guy was handsome. Who is that? Yo, how'd I get there? So I'm a canon character in Star Rail now. Yep. Known as Drunk Guard. There better be a Star Rail wiki page called the Drunk Guard, and it's me. Drunk Guard, perhaps he took too much of... I don't want to read... For Jusa's blessing.
Is commitment.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, I don't think he's allowed to say that word.
Now that is commitment.
So that was weird. Yo, I'm a canon character. Wait, let me screenshot it. Dude, shut the fuck up. It's not a wig. Okay, actually, the lady there who was doing makeup and like hair and makeup, very nice person. They were all super nice. The person who was doing it, she said, I swear to God, this is true. She said, I can kind of see the Timothée Chalamet. I swear on my life. Wait, this is like really good. Did you draw this? It says they're at there. I don't know if this is me though. This might be like some random. If this is some random, then good art, but like, obviously it's just good art. But if it's like you chatter, then this is like crazy. Wait, let me pull up their thing. Oh wait, you made this. Wait, this is good. Wait, let me find. Did you tweet this? At Nay underscore. Okay, wait, this is you. Cappy? Also with Ziox Doll alt. Wait, let's go. Okay, is this too NPC of a quote? Yo, this is insane. I love you, Cappy. But it's not that NPC. I just read it like that. But I promise it's like not. You're an NPC anyways. Now that's commitment.
Okay, by the way, Is this a safe space to say that Zox is a terrible actor? Chat, is this a safe space to say this? Am I allowed to say it? I'm not adding that.
Did I just say that out loud? What the fuck are my replies? Now that's commitment. NPC tweet. Balding Wait, what the fuck? Wait, they actually added a tacit field. Wait, how do I unretweet this? Wait, what the fuck? Is there a bigger gap between the posters? I don't know if I'm paranoid. Am I paranoid? I don't know if you were like guaranteed to win on 8 though. He also looks shorter. I think I'm paranoid. Unless there's something really obvious, I kind of just want to go through because I think this might be the end. Door? Door? Door?
I don't understand what's going on
Concourse?
here. What the fuck is this?
Okay. Bro, I feel like the gap...
Mods! Why did you unpause the squat redeemed? Because the squat redeem and the exercise redeem they don't fucking share ICD. Because I said I wanted to squat. Yeah, but I didn't ask you to fucking unpause the thing! Refund them.
map is bigger.
I disabled the other one. Don't disable, re-enable the other one and refund them. I don't know if you have permissions to change the name, but you can change it to just like do an exercise or like no. Exercise redeem. I don't. Okay. Well,
No,
whatever.
I'm overthinking him. I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it.
What is he doing?
I'm overthinking it. Okay, I have to know. What the fuck was wrong? The boy's eyes. Oh. Well, that's kind of spooky. Oh, dude, I don't look at these good enough. I have to like, oh, dude, I have to like stare at them.
There.
Oh, that was the last one, but it's okay. Hey, more content this way. All good. Oh, I'm fucking tilted. I can do this.
Oh, great. Now you're just being mean.
I missed.
Rise with the sun.
What did he do?
My bad, bro. I forgot what I was doing.
What the?
I thought I could shoot them again. They're all also like very like they're like models. Like I was just like I looked so out of place. Like you guys can't see it because obviously you can't include everything in one video. But before this scene happened, I was like sitting on a bench with like some other dude and we're just like yapping. And I wasn't supposed to have this goblet at first. But then I was like, can I have something like maybe like a wine cup and pretend to drink? But then they were like, well, you should have something in it. So then they poured like juice in it. Or like grape juice. And then I was like, I was sipping so much in between the takes, I finished it. So they had to refill it. And then they made me drunk. I think you can hear me yelling fight. Anyways, you hear the I am doing something? That was me. Because the guy, okay, the guy with me, the audio's kind of like overlap. But the guy next to me, let me show you. Dude, everyone that's not me is so pretty. Yo, chill. Wait, let me find it. I'm right there. Yeah, okay. So, you see me jumping, right? Stop typing NPC. Stop typing NPC, bro. Stop typing NPC. I just did 20K. I'm making Mawika look like Yoimiya. That's all I'm saying, buddy. I didn't crit. Bro, I didn't crit. What if I go Shao? Thoughts? Thoughts on Shao?
Where were you going?
Bro, Night Soul transmission is such a shit mechanic. I didn't crit again.
3 months so early.
Oh, I'm on 2-piece scroll. Oh, by the way, mods, I do this thing every year where like for New Year's or Christmas, I give every mod Nitro. I just didn't do it this year, but it's not like I'm not gonna do it. I'm just like lazy, but I will do it. Like you will get your Nitro payment. I just didn't do it yet, but like it's gonna happen. Like, I'm sorry, it's gonna happen. I just like dude, I was like, I'll do it after my guides, and then I just never fucking finished the guide. I gotta read her traces.
Don't let me down.
Oh, that's Jade. Oh my god. Okay, I thought that was fucking the Herda. I was like, my mind was getting fucked. I was like, why is that happening? Okay, it was Jade. Yeah, we're fine. Oh, my brain was fucking fried. I was like, why the hell is the Herda? Okay, we're good. Can't tell women apart? Yes, I can. I don't know. They both have hats. If I look at chat, it's gonna be right there, but I don't know. What's the closest fucking word to insect?
Ziox. True!
Outsect? This guy was like, yo, stop fighting. What the hell? And I was like, yo, keep fighting. And then he was like, do something. And I was like, I am doing something. And then they picked up that audio, I guess.
You're the rep who robbed me. Like a true follower of Zagreus.
Yo, chill.
Snow White.
I was a drone guard. I was like, this is
Zagreus?
entertainment. Now that is
Oh my
dedication.
god, is that a Hades reference? Holy fucking poggers. I heckin' love Hades, dude.
Man. Oh, I actually fucked up. I said dedication. They were like, hey, great work. Not a big deal, but the word is commitment, by the way. You're a fucking dumbass. Damn, that wig looks great. Bro, are you dense? Are you dumb? It's my same hair. It was before I got a haircut. It actually kind of worked for like medieval Greece. Well, not medieval, but like ancient Greece. Because like everyone had long hair. So I kind of fit in. They didn't have to like, I had to shave, but I had a hotel razor, and every time, because I didn't bring one, and every time I use a hotel razor, I cut myself and it starts bleeding. So I like didn't shave properly, and then the person doing my makeup was like, let me like get that for you. Ew. Yo. I was dressed as a medieval guard. I don't look like fucking Shrek. Welcome to HSR universe. Welcome. There's no way drunk guard loses the 50-50. Nah, look at my guard, bro. I'm gonna die.
Wait, is that a new 3-star life cone? I've never seen Shadowburn before. What the heck?
Ah, look at my guard, bro. I'm gonna die. Thanks for 23 months.
It's Remembrance. Oh.
Ain't no way I'm cancelling my Prime after 23 months of free subs to this guy and no WOWIE review.
Okay. Listen, man. Listen, we're gonna do UID review stream soon, okay? You don't need to. It's a Prime sub. Do you want the money to go to Jeff Bezos? Is that who you want to get the money? You might as well give it to me. It's like Robin Hood. You're stealing from the rich. It's like Robin Hood when you Prime sub here.
Lord Jesus save this straight man and his hyperfixation with the 10 songs he keeps playing.
I don't have a hyperfixation on 10 songs, bro. I'm playing a 2000s playlist and you know what? Fuck you, man. Fine. I'll play something else. Fuck, Drake just started playing. Okay, bro, you know what? I'll play K-pop today. There you go. You can glorp. All the glorping glorps. Wait, what is the abbreviation?
Wait, chat, speaking of Drake, I had people calling me slurs in my Twitter mentions yesterday, and one of them, his name was like Crody. And it made me laugh so much.
For constellation in that game, is it E1 or is it M1 or is it C? I'm talking about this. They need a Geneva Convention law to have regulated terms for video games. I'm sorry, bro. Electro, lightning, electricity, thunder, fucking one word. They're all constellations. They're all eidolons. I don't care. One word. When I become, okay, look, hear me out. We make a universal language. Let me cook, okay? You make a language that everyone, we don't need, okay, listen. One language, we all start speaking the same one. Now, it can't be English. It can't be.
You heard it here first, chat. Ziox is an advocate of French imperialism. Call him Zionics Bonaparte.
In a language that already exists. No, it has to be a new language. It can't be an existing one. Why? Because then there's gonna be wars. Oh, it has to be English. Oh, it has to be fucking Spanish. Nope, there's gonna be wars. You can't do that. It has to be a brand new language, right? Brand new, everyone starts at
Napoleox. That sounds like a plague name. Ah, shit, bro. The spread of Napoleox is decimating Europe right now.
at the same thing. You build, now everyone has a universal language. It lasts like 10 years and then it falls off. But that's gonna be a good 10 years. There is one, it sucks. Oh, well. Check ZZ drip, I saw it. Oh no, the new girl, I actually didn't see it. I saw it on my phone when I was WOWIEing. She had like a mask on, like Dream. That chest. Dude, I've been seeing like, speaking of Balatro, because someone in chat was talking about it. I've been seeing fucking, okay, I literally opened my Twitter and it's right here. Dude, I followed the like Northern Lion Clipper librarian. Bro, anytime I open my Twitter, I swear to God, there's fucking Balatro porn. Can we talk about something really quick? Bro. I think after I streamed yesterday, I rated Jake and
Librarian's Twitter is unhinged. Yeah, Librarian's Twitter is unhinged. That is true.
Or 2 days ago, and he was like, "Oh, I saw your Star Rail performance. Haha, we both acted so bad. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Can we stop pretending I wasn't the fucking... My acting wasn't amazing? Bro, it was good. The point was to immersion break. It was funny. It was done well, and it was a surprise. It was funny. It was well acted. It wasn't forced. It was well done. It was well done, like how I cook my steak. Hell yeah, brother. Actually, no, I feel like that accent wouldn't work for a well done steak. Well done steak drenched in ketchup. My favorite.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Did I just say that out loud? Yes, I did. Oh, 2 years ago. Wait, I need to update this shit because it's pre-Shan Yun too. What was my 4-star team though? I definitely had a 4-star team in here. There will never be another character like Hu Tao, brother. They just released 2. We'll do another clear. Who should I play? Nevalette? I love Nevalette. Wahoo! Nevalette! Woo! Yes, streamer!
Chat, should I make a gumming guide because Nick never will? What if that's what we do today? What if we do a gumming guide?
Feed me more. Oh, why am I huge? What the hell? Feed me more Nevalette gameplay. Sorry, I didn't mean to go huge. Yo, what the hell was that? Yo, my bad, my bad. I'm such an ad hater that like I had free to play Spotify for I think a few years. I don't know. Like I just remember having it for a while. Like when I was in the bus, and like I still like have like
Can you do the
I get haunted
NPC voice as
by
well?
like the
Yeah,
guy.
I will.
Dude, I want a break from the ads. Enjoy 30 minutes of ad-free music.
Copy his whole video style, you bet.
I actually get like nightmares. Like I fucking hate it. I'm not paying? No. You got it all wrong. You have to like get a family plan with a friend or like someone or like a family member or like a significant other, and then you just keep using it, and then you just never like, even if you don't talk to them anymore, you stay on their family plan, and then you just like leech off it even though you didn't pay. Now I'm in my brother's though. Hey, thanks Charlie. You got me, right? You got me? Thank you. Charlie and Nick, I can't. Okay, you are fucked. Why are you... Dude, what is wrong with our first names? They're like perfectly normal. Okay, I need to ask you guys something. Do you guys ever doom scroll like a random app that shouldn't be doom scrolled? Like I was doom scrolling like Uber Eats. I didn't even want to order anything. Like it wasn't...
Okay, that's actually so real. That's actually so real. Ever since I started my diet, I doom scroll Uber Eats like every other day. And I'm sitting there like, man. It's like digitally checking the empty fridge. Exactly, dude.
It wasn't like TikTok or anything. It was literally just like, I don't know why. I just kept scrolling. It didn't make sense. I just lost like 20 minutes. The newest character, Mona, Friendship 10. We might be the first Friendship 10 Mona in Genshin Impact history.
Wait, okay, I'm actually like so down to make a gumming guide. But I need to... Wait, there's a daily dose of Ziox live 24/7?
We jump...
Yo, that's me, dude.
Wait.
I was struggling, my fault.
Wait for the guy that's telling us to jump.
Okay.
Okay, we're 10%. We're 10% of the way. We can do it.
What?
Whatever happens, do not let Zajef hold the hook.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Sorry. You fucking idiot! Oh, that guy puts his shield up instantly. What the fuck? Wait, does he always do that? Usually you have like time before he puts his shield up. He'll do like a dash.
My god. Alright.
Hey, what's up guys? Today we're gonna talk about Lanyin, a brand new 4-star character released in version 5.3. Lanyin is the first Anemo shielder and genuinely a great character and support overall, who isn't dependent on high investment, constellations, or anything like that. Because of this, we're going to talk about Lanyin, how good she is, and also how to build her, covering everything you need to know about Lanyin, her best weapons, teams, artifacts, constellations, and much more. Before we begin, however, I want you guys to know that I do stream most nights on Twitch, link in the description if you're interested, and with that being said, let's get right into it. Alright, now starting things off, what does Lanyin actually do? Firstly, Lanyin's elemental skill is going to be the main part of her kit. This is a pretty straightforward ability.
Okay, so he starts with describing what the abilities do, then playstyle, then shield calcs, then review, then artifact sets, artifact stats, best weapons, constellation, best team. Oh boy. Alright, I guess that means we gotta make a Gaming weapon sheet, doesn't it? How many skills do you get in the default Gaming rotation again? I forgot. Because that means I gotta go test it again. It's been a while.
Ready to rumble.
Oops.
Teamwork is bring it. You two. Time.
Many happy returns. Congratulations.
So what was that, 6? 6 plus the unreacted one? Plus the burst? Yeah. Pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah, let's change the title. Making a Gaming guide? Insane, wow! Okay. So, Gaming, base attack 302. Okay. Base HP 11,419. Base defense 703. Ascension stat 24% attack. Is a claim. I should also make one like this. Yeah. So base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent, CV, E, CME, CVQ, CMQ. What else we got? We got EM, EM multiplier, E attack E, E attack Q. Xianyun attack. E attack Xianyun. MVE, MVQ, MV Xianyun. Damage. So, we have the Q, E1, E2, E3, E4, E5, E6, and E7. I guess I also need to do E attack E unreacted and MVE unreacted. Alright. How does attack percent work exactly? 100% attack percent gives you attack equal to 100% of your base attack. In other words, currently I'm at 1116 attack. If I were to gain 4.7% attack, I'd gain 4.7% of 401, which would be about 18. Which would bring me to 1134. Right? 35, yeah. Alright, I should actually make a new sheet for this. You gotta shut the fuck up real quick, buddy. Alright. So, for now, this is gonna be, just wanted to come in and say thanks for the video you made on the combat event. I couldn't plat the first 2 stages, but after watching it, I cleared them both in exactly 130 with your tips. Pog, congrats. Xianyun, Mailed Flower, Crimson Witch. So, base attack, 302 plus... Is Mailed Flower 565 or 510? I forgot. 565. Alright. So, attack percent, what do we got? We got Power Resonance. We got Noblesse. For now, I think we have Instructor on Shilonen. I think that's what I want to do. How many times does his HP change if he just presses E? Is it twice? Or is it more? It's more, yeah. So he full stacks it after 1E, right? If he goes Maréchaussée? Or is there a cooldown on Maréchaussée procs? I forgot. There isn't. Okay, yeah, so he full stacks it after 1E. Okay. So we have this, we have this, we have C4 giving him C2, sorry, giving him 20% attack. You also start first E with 1 stack if you heal from Q. But you don't? Wait, what do you mean if you heal from Q? Wait, the Q heals? I forgot about that. I completely forgot. But I don't think you should heal from Q. Right? There's Shannon on the team, you swap into him while you're full HP. Yeah. Anyways. We're not on Maréchaussée yet anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Anyways, 20% attack from that, yep. Bennett on Noblesse, yep. Citlali TTDS. And then 20% in subs. And 350 plus level 2. We're gonna look at a high investment coming with like C6 Crowned Burst Bennett. Crowned Chilonen. Shanyan attack. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. It's Shanyan, not not Chilonen, so there's no instructor. Anyways, 730, no. 844 base. Personally, I like using Fav. So I think I'll do calcs based on Fav. So she's also getting 25% and 20% from the team-wide buffs. Alright, damage percent. At the start, he doesn't have any stacks of Crimson Witch, so it's just 15. We got 46.6 from the Goblet. We got 20% from Ascension passive. Is there any other damage percent? Bennett, 15%. Citlali, 40%. Yeah. And then 15% from Crimson Witch. Alright. CVE. I guess not everyone has a Giga investment also an iron build. Even if you do, in my practical experience, because rotations tend to end early so often, I've preferred using using Fav. How long do they usually take to be published? Editors are fucking smurfing and usually get the videos ready in a day once the recording is done. Anyways, crit value E, so 60% base. 80% from C6. Do you start with stacks on Chenyun? Or do you start with 0? You start with 0, okay. Wait, no. Am I an idiot? Oh no, this is just 4%, right? Anyways, plus 8%. Plus 62.2% plus 20 times 6.6%. Isn't this a little low? How much DPS am I losing switching Raiden from Bloomset to Cinder City for the 12% damage bonus? In what team? Anyways, I feel like I'm forgetting something. This CV looks low. I guess it's because I'm not using Serpent's Pine, but... Oh yeah, I guess. Multiplier E, this square divided by A plus 1. And this is going to be same thing, but without. Alhaitham Nahida Singso Raiden. Stick to flop. EM. Wait, I forgot the attack from Meld Flower. It's what, 24, right? No, because you don't get this on the initial, on the first hit. Right. Okay. So then this EM is 187 plus 110 plus, let's say 80 from subs. EM multiplier, 25 divided by 9 multiplied by EM divided by 141 plus EM plus 1.15. Because we're on Crimson Witch. Effective attack is going to be total attack multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by CV. I don't want this to move down. Yeah. No, I'm an idiot. not CV. It's multiplier multiplied by PM multiplier. Okay. On reacted E, we just take this out, and then on the Q, we just take oh shit, I gotta do this. Attack X unreacted. MVX unreacted. Annoying, but that's fine. CV, the 9 becomes 11. Then this, the 5 becomes 6. Then this just reaction. Yep. Alright. Does an noblesse buff last all the way through the rotation? No, it does not. Alright. Motion value skill. 489.6. 49.6% times 2 times 0. Motion value Q is 781.1, 787.1 times 2 times 1. And then motion value Xianyun is 200%, right? Yeah. 200% times 2 times 0. 200%. 0. Times 190. 390 times 1 point. The first hit is 1.25. Yeah. Alright. Now for the E1. We have obtained 1 stack of Crimson Witch. We have triggered a reaction. That's 24% attack and 96 EM. Is there anything else that changes when it comes to buffs? I don't think so. And now our motion value. You get 1 E with Xianyun buff. Then same thing, but this time we have 2 Crimson Witch stacks. And then same thing, but this time we have 3. You've forgotten Jianyun's crit buff? What do you think this is? Does CDS stay relevant for the whole rotation? Pretty much, yeah. Here, we lose the, we lose a noblesse buff. No, we don't. But we do lose the VV. The VV expires by now. So this, instead of 1.25, is now 1.05. Now for this one, we lose noblesse. And then for this one, we lose Bennett buff. And finally, yeah. And then here, DPR, DPS, minimum crit. DPR is some of these. DPS, this. Noblesse laws before Bennett? Yes. Bennett burst duration is 12 seconds, which is the same as Noblesse duration. But Bennett's buff lingers for 2 seconds after the burst expires. Ish. Not exactly 2 seconds, I don't think, but it's about 2 seconds. One Gaming E is the whole Yuba Glorp rotation. True. Anyways, minimum crit here is 5%, plus 8%, plus 20%. And that's it, right? Yeah. So minimum crit is like a lot of flexibility in your builds. Then if we copy, create a copy, this is going to be Xianyun, Xianyun, Serpent Spine, Crimson Witch. And for this one, this is going to be 510. Attack percent, we lose this 24. And we lose this EM as well. Page. Next, we add the Serpent Spine damage. Although I just realized, if I lose the Bennett buff, that also means I lose the C6 buff. There. Anyways. And then we add the 27.6% times 2. Alright. Next, we can check, create a copy, Canyon, Serpent Spine, I shall say Hunter, where we lose the 15% damage. From Crimson Witch. I guess we also lose these. $22.5, that's coming from this. And we lose the 0.15 EM multiplier. But in exchange, we get plus 72% CV. No. We don't get it on this. Or on this. We get it starting here. Actually a little bit worse here, huh? Which I guess makes sense, right? Because a good portion of your damage comes from the early stuff. Gumming is a character that kind of front loads his damage. And both the initial burst hit and the first plunge don't do anything. Or like don't have, or you're effectively doing them without an artifact set. Then if I copy this one, create a copy, yup. This one is gonna be my Specialty Hunter as well. Where we take out 15%. EM multiplier increase. But in exchange for that, we gain 72 CV. That's actually a downgrade as well. Interesting. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I've done most of my gumming calcs. Based on Farina. And with Farina, you can stack Marechaussee a decent amount before your first plunge. Which is a pretty big deal. Alright, what are the other artifact sets you can consider for him? Gilded, I guess? Vermilion? Dude. Anyways, let's make a copy of this. Gilded Dreams. We lose. Wait, actually. It'll be easier if I make a copy of the Marechaussee one, because it's easier to change. The Dreams. Okay. I got an exercise redeem. I'll do squats again. Chad, it's actually crazy how much easier my squats are now compared to before the burpee arc. Holy fuck, man. I wonder what my upper limit for squats would be. I wonder if I could reach 50. My upper limit for push-ups is a little bit north of 30. So I am curious. %, right? Yeah. Yeah. And EM is right. And all in all, this is a little worse as well. Alright, makes sense. £50? No. Just like amount of body weight squats. How long have you been exercising? I started exercising every day in mid-November. Mid-October. Mid-October. Late October, actually. Yeah, around October 20th or something. Right. And finally, last one I want to do is Vermilion. Alright, plus 18%. And I think you'll get it for this. 16. You get 2 stocks. No, I'm an idiot. Plus 8%, plus 10%. Times 1. Times 2. Times 3. Plus 8%, plus 10% times 4. And this is pretty awful. If you're not playing with Farina, your self HP consumption is not very fast. And attack percent is a worse stat than EM damage percent and crit. Especially when you're using Shenyun. So Vermilion's pretty ass on him. Makes sense. That's your daily training routine. I do 20 burpees in the morning when I'm preparing my coffee. And I do 10 burpees 10 burpees when I'm preparing my dinner. Other than that, I have the exercise routines on stream. And then I do some sit-ups while I'm reading or watching stuff in my free time. Burpee, that's not how you write it, it's B-U-R-P-E-E. But it's basically squat into jump into push-up. I can show you if you want. So, you do squat into jump into push-up, and you just keep repeating like that. Burpees are the worst? Yeah, burpees are the worst. And those are generally enough for exercise. Kind of. Burpees are a good whole body exercise. It doesn't work every single muscle, but it works a lot of muscles. And it's also a good cardio exercise. But like burpees work a lot of your leg muscles. It works your chest, it works your triceps, it works your abs, and a few back muscles as well. Oh, I started adding a plank recently as well. A 1 minute plank. But I really don't like planks. Planks fucking suck, dude. Planks are the second worst after burpee. Yeah, I guess I just hate myself. That's why those are the workouts I do. I started playing Balatro today and almost fucking missed an exam. Y'all weren't lying. Average Balatro experience. Holy fuck. Anyways, for this, what we're gonna do is, I hate every exercise that takes a minute plus to reach failure. That's fair, honestly. Anyways, this is gonna be annoying to do, isn't it? This is gonna be minus 50. $787.1. Then charge attack. No, I mean, we'll put it on charge attack even if it's not a charge attack. 489.6. Alright, so flat attack, average buff are going to be around 1,000. This 25 plus 20 plus 48. I guess the average here is going to be like minus 30 actually. But something's definitely wrong. Right. The fact that there's 6 of these. Yeah, makes a lot more sense. And then we also have same thing here, I guess. These are 200. I go to numbers. If you go to reacted, elemental, normal attack, effective attack, it's gonna be this, and this is gonna be like 700-ish. All right. So okay. Now we need to add fruitful hook. Fruitful hook R1 and R5. Base attack on fruitful hook 565. Attack percent 27.6. And then this is kind of charge attack damage 16. That's gonna be like 14 average. And then crit rate gonna be also about 14 average. Why isn't it? Oh, my bad. Yeah. Then we gotta change a few more things. So, Thousand Blading Suns says 48. Yeah, this is gonna be wrong because we're not in Night Soul. So this is not. That should be 49, not 48, but whatever. 28. And 20. So Fruitful Hook is pretty much Gumming's best in slot. Oh, that's funny, dude. That's so funny, dude. If you don't overcap. Yeah, but it's not too bad not to overcap. Because you don't want to use Marie Chaussee. But, like, it's not too bad. Right, you start at 5, you get 20 from C6, that's 25. You get 4 from Xianyun, that's 29. You get 32. I forgot. Wait, I gave 8 like an idiot. It's supposed to be 4. Doesn't change the rest of the numbers though. As that's 29, and then you get up to 32 if you have R5 Fruitful Hook, which is 61. But if you use a crit damage circlet, you still have like 40% crit you can get from substats. Like it's very doable not to overcap. Is Gilded better than Marie Jose Hunter? No, but Crimson Witch is. Let me check if I fucked up the Red Horn stuff, because I might have. Also... Save this. Okay. What did I want to look at? Alright, Red Horn is what I wanted to look at. Red Horn, where are you? Red Horn. Did I do any weird shit here? Doesn't look like it now. Yes, I did. Okay. Melusine Claymore. Yeah, I haven't adapted to stuff with ER. Thing is, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Melusine Claymore fucking sucks anyways because it just gives you attack, which is not a stat that Gaming really wants. Also got to take a look at ER requirements, so clear, same element, different element, clear. This is, no, merge, wrap, yeah. Yeah. Hot, non, caught. Caught. So it's what, 2 particles every other skill, right? Unless I'm an idiot. It's 2.
Sorry, pal.
What the fuck was that?
Congratulations. Alley-oop.
Yeah, it's 2 particles every other skill. So this is 7E. 5 Xianyun / Shilo. Which is like the best case scenario for particle generation. Right? So same element is gonna be, same element caught is gonna be 4 times 2. Same element non-caught is 2.25. Different element, have they added Chilonin yet? They haven't. And the TCL is, yeah. Wait. Are there no particle generation information here? Oh man, okay. Whatever. Let's go on the GCAP then. Dead database, yeah. So, Xianyun, if I remember correctly, it's 4, but I'm not sure. It's 5, okay. Um, 5, and then Citlali is also 5. And then, is Chilonin 4? Chilonin is 1 less, right? Yeah. I guess that means I gotta separate them, huh? Oh well. Caught 0. And clear. Caught 0. Non-caught. Well, that's not true. Caught 2. Non-caught 3. $60, right? So, in the best case scenario, gumming pretty much has no ER requirements. But gumming is one of the characters where your ER requirements, or where the base case scenario happens the least often. So what happens if you get 4E? Most of the time enemies die, like, with Xianyun, Gumming's damage is heavily front-loaded in his first 3 E's. But then you also start a rotation with, well, wait, actually, I guess technically this wouldn't be that, right? This would be 3 times 2, and then with this plus 2. So, 4E. No 5. Right? You'd still get 3 total procs of this, which is not too bad. No, you wouldn't. You'd only get, yeah. If the enemy dies after your 3rd melted E, which, again, right, after your 3rd melted E, your VV runs out, so most of your damage is front-loaded in your first 3 E's. Your ER requirements become significantly higher. Gumming ER requirements are between 110 and 186 depending on the weather or something? Yeah, pretty much, actually. But yeah, we can take a look at Xianyun's personal ER requirements now. So, what's her cost again? 70? None of them get here, so... Oh, did I not fucking update the... Oh, shit, my bad. Yeah. I'll be right back. Yeah, so this is Shiny Neo requirements. They can also vary pretty wildly. So yeah. 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 All right. All right. What are gumming ER requirements? Yes, yeah, pretty much. That is the gumming experience.
Let's light it up! Everybody, show no mercy! Suffer the...
Up to it, Montai.
Bring it! I'm going in! Get to work! Lolling, eat Papa!
Mighty mythical beast.
Let's light it up!
And it's so fun to do against like actually tanky enemies. Oh, and you don't have to deal with like resetting up in multi-wave and stuff like that.
Sorry, pal.
Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of Eastling! Bring it!
All right. Okay, let me finish the weapon calc stuff. So, I guess we want to take a look at Makira Aquamarine.
Boom,
Sure.
eyes. And boom, boom.
No, it's not going to be better than Meld Flower, so why would I care? Talking Stick, I guess? No. Don't care about that. Verdict! Doesn't do anything. Alright. Fine. Fang of the Mountain King. Doesn't do anything. Fine. Bacon. This doesn't count as taking damage for activating Bacon, right? unfortunate. And then elemental skill can't hit. Yeah. Ah, it sucks. Alright, Bacon, where are you? I assume Bacon only pros on taking damage from enemies but not yourself. It works for Daya, but I think Daya's the only one. um... Alright, do I have Unforged on shield or not? I don't think that's shielded. Yeah. Right. Wolves should be fine as well. It's kind of crazy that his best 2 weapons are fucking 4-star. Oh man. What the fuck, dude? Her signature isn't his best in slot. From my calcs, it doesn't look like it. TBH, there's like 3 people that have Fruitful Hook R5 true. True, that's a good point. And Serpent Spine max stacks is cringe as fuck. And if you're not playing Xianyun, this stops being true. So if I coming default Shilonen. I change to Shilonen. Whenever I use the optimizer, it says Red Horn. I must be doing something wrong. I mean, it depends on how much crit you have. Red Horn is the highest ranked non-crit rate weapon. So if you're overcapped on crit, obviously it's going to be your best weapon. Anyways, this is with Shilonen, so we just fucking lose this shit. And in exchange, we get 35%. Petra stuff, sure. Then... Ah, Fruitful Hook is still slightly above. Interesting. Mexico. Oh, Mexico. We can take a look at the Gaming guide. It's kind of outdated though. 4.4? When was that? Whatever. We can take a look at what they got. Wait, Fruitful Hook? That doesn't seem like a 4.4 thing. Updated for 5.2. Okay, so this one is updated for 5.2. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Alright, does it make sense for this? Yeah. Okay. It does. Is Marie-José that close to Crimson Witch? I see all the Sims use Crimson Witch, but I guess that's because of Serpent Spine. Marie-José and Crimson Witch are very, very similar in Vape when you're using Farina. And Crimson Witch is actually better than Marie-José in Melt when you're not using Farina. Or in Vape when you're not using Farina, I guess. Imagine not overcapping. Even if you don't overcap, Crimson Witch is still better. Crimson Witch, my goat. What's up, Jamie? This is making me want a strongbox for a Crimson Witch Sans. One day I'll find one. Loogie. I can do a little bit, right? Any M Sans? Yeah. Is this worth locking? Nah. Come on, dude. Only 3 cents. That's probably worth locking as an off piece. I could also use a crit damage circlet. Like that. But it doesn't have crit rate on it, which is kind of sad. But still, it has attack and EM. So this could be fine. PR, HP, HP. Do I keep this? I guess I do, yeah. Hold on, piece. Jamie, did you see the clip I posted on Twitter yesterday? Bro, that shit was so funny. I don't have a Twitter. Okay, I'll show you then. Oh. Awful. Did my thing just fucking fall off? That was fucking awful. Whee! Oh. Oh. Man. Is this worth locking, do you guys think? Honestly,
Did my thing just fucking
shut up!
fall?
Why did you resume? Is this worth locking? No. I'd lock it if it was a 4-liner. Maybe. Alright, come on. Only 1 sands? Bro, come on, dude. Stop giving me stuff that's worthless. Is that... Nah, that can't be worth locking. Aww. Why are these never on the right fucking pieces? Whatever. That could be good, but I wish the EM and attack were swapped. Oh well. Is that worth locking? Nah. Do I ever want to lock something like this? Kinda don't, man. Whatever, I'll lock it. My standards are low right now, dude. Having 2 useful stats on a 3-liner is good enough. Alright, come on. Come on, give me an EM sense. I'm actually begging. Hey, yo. Wait. That's a guaranteed 9 roller. Pause. That could be good as well. That could be good as well. I guess. So I already have an 8-liner. So if this doesn't roll well, it's not that good. I don't know why EM isn't considered a good stat for Gumming, by the way. Like, Gumming is probably the character who wants EM the most out of all of the reaction carries. All right, give me a plus 20 artifact I can feed. Yeah, that's not that good. All right, all into crit. Come on. I'll take that. That's not bad. Into crit again. Nice. This is like omega low roll value for a 9-roller. But it is certainly an upgrade. Those are the lowest rolls I've seen in my life, true. Alright. Come on, roll crit or EM. Begging. Pause. Let's go! That's amazing. Wait, that's so good, dude. What the fuck? That means I can swap to Serpent Spine. I've been on Mailed Flower because my crit ratio didn't allow me to use Serpent Spine for a long time because I didn't have a crit damage circlet. But that's a massive upgrade. Yeah, it's like, it's a 7-roll circlet? That's so good, dude. Now the only problem is this piece. And like, it's not even a bad piece, it's just the wrong main stat. Because I can't find an EM one. Streamer luck. Okay, listen. I'm never this fucking lucky, okay? Like, you can let me have it one fucking time, can't you? Right? Alright. Craft after the patch? Yeah, that might be the plan. Flower, but the flower I'm using is already really good. It's an A roller. Like, this needs to roll attack or EM to be competitive, and it probably won't. Never mind, I lied. Okay, dude. Today is a good day, man. What the fuck? Roll into crit? Yeah. Okay, that's not an upgrade. Trading 3 rolls of EM for 3 rolls of attack, that's a downgrade, even if it's higher roll value in the crit rolls. Damn, unfortunate. We're not done, chat. We're gonna find a good sense. Or we're gonna run out of artifacts to feed into the strongbox. Whichever happens first. Shit, maybe we don't need to fight a good EM sense, chat. Shit, dude, maybe that's just not necessary. What the fuck? Dude, what is going on? Bro, like, what? Can I get crit? No. I mean, I'm still gonna fucking... I'm still gonna go in. Like, I don't care. On. I'll use it if it rolls crit here. Damn it. I guess I can lock that. Alright. EM! 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 I believe. Shouldn't have believed. Not actually good enough. That goblet, by the way. Yeah, but it's, I mean, that's not good enough. The circlet? Yeah, but like, it's not even that good. It's a 3-liner low roller with 2 useless pieces. I guess I'll lock it, whatever. Double crit? Yeah, but it's double crit with a useless third stat. You guys don't know how to evaluate stuff. I swear, man. Why couldn't that be EM? Oh! Pause! 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 Everyone pause! Hold your breath! Pause your champs! Pause your champs! Is it gonna roll all into crit damage? And no, it's not! At least roll the attack sands. I'll roll it if I don't find an EM sands. Maybe one day we get an HP scaling pyro character. Maybe we get a defense scaling pyro character. I should keep that just in case it rolls crit on 4. I'm really like that fucking desperate for an EM sands. EM. 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 EM! No! craft one. I'd rather wait until next patch to craft it, when they fucking buff the craft thingy. It's in 5.5? Oh. I see. Alright. In that case, this is gonna be the last one, and if I don't get one, I'll craft one. Alright, pause your champs. Pause your champs. Chat, this is the one. I'm never gonna use this. Look at this crit rate in this ER. Holy fucking shit. Easy fucking clap, chat. This is so free. This is so free! This is so good! Yes! Let's go! We did it! Holy fucking shit, dude. Let's go. We did it.
And boom booms and mouth.
We did it! Did he roll a comic build in 1 hour? Yeah, pretty much. This literally can't be an upgrade over this. It can be a slight grade, but it can't be an upgrade. I guess technically if it only rolls into crit, it'd be a slight upgrade. But I'd rather stay at a little bit more ER than necessary. Like, 140 ER is kind of what you need for Gumming to be comfortable to play, in my experience. So, like, yeah. Circlet is... Bro, my Gumming build just fucking popped off, dude.
My contraptions are everybody stand. Seize the skies. Show no mercy. You two.
Up to it, Monzai. Congratulations.
I was like, why did that feel low? Right. I forgot about that. Like, why did that damage feel kind of underwhelming? Oh!
Teamwork is strict. Make way to fulfill our path. Suffer the
Mighty mythical beast.
Something felt wrong there. But I don't know what. This is the actual rotation I like doing.
get to work.
This is the damage I'm supposed to do. 370k. Yeah, I'm guessing my TDDS was still on cooldown. There we go. That's how it's supposed to go. And that's with pretty much 100 crit rate, right? You funnel Fav into Bennett. It's not about funneling the Fav. It's about melding your Seed Lolly stuff. And getting more uptime on Bennett. Why not Bennett E, Shenyan EQ, Bennett EQ? Because if you do that, you have less VV uptime. Although, I guess you could do this. With a Shenyan and 1. Fuck! Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. Fuck you.
Everybody stand back. Show no mercy. Suffer the
Mighty mythical beast.
He dodged my app. Oh my god, okay. This enemy's so fucking crit. Yeah, the fruit steals your melt. Is it even necessary here? Not plunging? What do you mean not plunging? We are plunging. The problem is that we get too much damage at the start and not enough afterwards. We're really close to being able to properly one-rotate this, but the fruits are actually fucking us over. Anyways, we have an exercise routine. Why don't you wait to use Bennett Burst after he throws the fruit? I could.
Stray cloud confirmed. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the.
Up to it, Monsai.
Seize the sky. Let's light it up. Everybody, show no mercy. You two.
Happy return.
Fulfill our pact.
I think I forgot to refresh my VV. Is that 42069 damage? It might have been.
Stray cloud confirmed. I'm going in. Show no mercy.
Yeah, I forgot to refresh my VV here, but I don't think it matters. Oh my god.
Seize the skies. Let's light it up. Teamwork is. Fulfill our pact. You two.
Many happy returns.
Almost 400k.
Skyward. How dare you?
How dare you, you little shit. Man, so close. 400k to 120k was the bus run out, yeah. Let's wait for a Serpent Spine this time. That should be enough.
Sorry, pal.
Stray cloud confirmed. Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the.
Up to it, Monsai.
Oh my god.
Make way for. Teamwork is dreamwork.
I fucked up.
Lolly, eat Papa.
Mighty mythical beast.
Yeah, I fucked up. My bad. I started my second rotation too fast. The problem is that our card is bad. The crit card is bad because I'm already at over 100 crit rate. But it's like so much worse than an EM card or something like that.
Seize the skies. Everybody stand. Fulfill our pact. You two.
Many happy returns. Alley-oop. Sorry, pal.
That's bullshit! You fucking auto-targeting loser!
Strike cloud converge. Everybody stand. Suffer the wrath.
Many happy returns. Congratulations.
That was bad. I lost a meld here.
Let's light it up. Seize the skies. Going in. Get to work. Lolly, eat Papa.
Up to it, Manzai.
There we go. There you go. Oh yeah, I should update my Gaming Enka build. That's true. Yeah. Now your account review is ruined that your best built characters are Gaming. He's still not my best built character, but he's pretty damn well built now. Wait, I don't have a Gaming build on Enka. Oh, that's crazy. How many rolls is that? That's 20 rolls of crits, 7 rolls of ERs, that's 27, 4 rolls of attack, 31, 5 rolls of EM, 36. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Gaming, Seat Lolly, Melt. Wait. Oh, new Gaming. There's no leaderboards, right, for Gaming? Taj. They also don't include ER and roll value by default for some reason. Yeah, my Gumming is one of my best build characters now. That's a nasty build, yeah. It is. And I guess technically, that's not even my best Gumming build. Like, if I really want to fucking pop off, I'd use this one. Give that set to Hutao and then check. It won't work because it's attack percent. Refresh. We got Gumming, Sweet Lolly Melt, and then we will also add. Wait, it didn't update. Why didn't it update? Did I not change it? I did. Oi! Are you sure you added the Dun-Dun song? I think so. Yeah, I did. It's coming up in, like, I don't know, 30 minutes, I guess. Gotta click on current. Right, I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot. Gumming, best build. Okay. Hasn't added this one yet, right? There it is. Yeah, so this is 39 rolls, 3250 roll value. I could cheat even more if I just want to I just want to roll value fish. I could use this because it's 830 roll value. But yeah, that's kind of yeah, like that. Yeah, that might be a little too much. 39 rolls is so yeah. 45 is literally the upper limit. Is ER counted in roll value? It should be, but by default they don't count it. Without the ER I'm 33, but with it I'm 39. Anyways, fuck. Wait, but I gotta do it without cam. Right? Because Nick doesn't use cam in his videos.
Pot of tea with a couple of nibbles, some seasonal greens, and a piping hot bowl of fresh congee. That's a dope breakfast right there. The perfect way to start your day.
Bye, chat.
Hey, what's up guys? Today we're going to talk about Lanyan, a brand new 4-star character released in version 5.3.
Okay. Wait. When was Gumming released? .4. Hey, what's up, guys? And today we're going to talk about Gumming, a 4-star pyro carry that was released in version 4.4. No, sorry. Hey, what's up, guys? Today we're going to talk about Gumming, a 4-star pyro carry that was released in version 4.4. I gotta do the 4. You know, the intonations. Gumming is a Gumming is a plunge-focused pyro character who mainly deals his damage through using his elemental skill, launching himself up in the air, and then plunging and triggering reactions. Okay, how does he introduce his talent section?
However, I want you guys to know that I do stream most nights on Twitch, artifacts, concepts, and also how to build her, covering everything, constellations, or anything. Genuinely a great character released overall, who isn't dependent on high investment, constellations, or anything like that. Because of this, we're going to talk about Lanyin, how good she is, and also how to build her, covering everything you need to know about Lanyin, her best weapons.
Dude, what the fuck does he... Wait, let me open the... I can bring the cam back for this. Let me... Yeah, editors are gonna have to put in a bit more work for this one because there's gonna be a lot of stuff to cut out, but... How do you... show transcript? Yeah, there it is. So... Because of that, today we're going to talk about Gumming, how good he is... Wait, sorry. Because of that, today we're going to talk about Gumming, how good he is, and also how to build her, covering everything you need to know about Gumming, his best weapons, teams, artifacts, constellation, and much more. But before we begin, however, I want you guys to know that I do stream most nights on Twitch, link in the description. Fuck! I'm reading off of his transcript. Wait, let's try again. Because of that, today we're going to... And because of that, we're going to talk about Gumming, how good he is, and also how to build him, covering everything you need to know about Gumming, his best weapons, teams, artifacts, constellations, and much more. But before we begin, however, I want you guys to know that I do stream most nights on Twitch, link in the description, if you're interested. With that being said, let's get right into it. Now, starting off, what does Gumming actually do? His elemental skill, Bestial Ascent, allows him to pounce forward using the Wushu arts, leaping high into the air after coming into contact with a target or surface. After Gumming has used Bestial Ascent to rise into the air, if he immediately uses a plunging attack, he will use the especially powerful plunging attack, Charmed Cloud Strider, instead. When he triggers the plunging attack Charmed Cloud Strider, the damage from plunging attacks caused by Bestial Ascent is converted to pyro damage that cannot be overridden by other elemental infusions. Upon landing, Gumming consumes a fixed amount of HP. Gumming's HP cannot be reduced below 10% by this method. And this plunge attack is obviously considered plunging attack damage. Do yourself and your editors a favor and make a script first. I don't wanna. It's funnier if I wing it. Now this plunge attack has a relatively high multiplier that is reasonably higher than the normal default plunge attack. However, there is no collision plunge on the way down. What that means is that the total amount that the charge attack will do without a reaction, assuming you don't have constellations on him, will be slightly less than a normal plunge attack. However, the whole plunge attack's damage can be reacted, unlike a default plunge attack. Did I say charge attack? Fuck! I gotta start again. Size of cringe. So. Now this enhanced plunge attack of Charmed Cloud Strider has a higher multiplier than the default plunge attack does. At the same talent level, it's a decent amount higher. However, there is no collision plunge. In other words, you can't be hitting enemies on the way down with your plunge attack like you can with a normal plunge attack. This means the total multiplier, assuming the same talent level, is actually slightly lower on the enhanced plunge attack from the skill than from a default skill. Sorry. Than from a default plunge attack. However, because all of that damage is dealt in one instance, it means you can react all of it rather than only a portion of it. And on top of that, Gumming's Constellations increase his skill damage, Gumming's Constellations increase his skill talent level, but they don't increase his normal attack talent level. This means his Charmed Cloud Strider special plunge attack will generally be doing a fairly reasonable amount more damage than a default plunge attack. The HP cost doesn't tend to matter too much in Gumming's teams because he tends to rely on the support of units that heal him enough to offset this HP drain. Sorry, that was way too choppy. Let's try that again. The HP consumption from the elemental skill doesn't tend to matter too much to Gumming because he tends to be played with units because he tends to be played with support units that heal him a decent amount. His skill cooldown is 6 seconds. However, his burst is going to allow him to use his skill much more often than once every 6 seconds. So, what does his burst do? Swannee's Gilded Dance. Gumming enters Wusho's stance, briefly applying pyro to him, recovering a fixed amount of HP, and summons his companion, the Swanee Mantai, to smash into his target, dealing AoE pyro damage. After bashing its target, Manchai will roll to a nearby location before moving towards Gaming. When it links up with Gaming, Manchai will leave the field and reset the cooldown for Gaming's elemental skill, Bestial Ascent. While Wusho's stance is active, his resistance to interruption is increased, and when Gaming lands with Charmed Cloud Strider attacks or completes the forward pounce attack from Bestial Ascent with over 50% HP, he will summon Manchai again. Each Gaming can only have one Manchai on the field simultaneously. This effect will be cancelled once Gaming leaves the field. In other words, Gaming summons his little friend Manchai, which allows him to reset his skill cooldown whenever he catches him. On top of that, his burst puts him in a stance where using his plunge attacks will summon Manchai again. Including the skill animation time and the Manchai travel time, this effectively allows you to use your skill around once every 2 seconds during his burst duration. We are going to be getting into ways that Gaming has to either speed up or slow down his skills in a later portion of this video. I feel like you've devolved back to your usual self. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard. Alright. His burst energy cost is... His burst costs 60 energy on a 15-second cooldown, and his skill generates 2 particles with an internal cooldown on how often the particles can be generated. Generally, in practice, this leads to his skill generating 2 particles around once every other plunge. When Manchai is generated from his... When Manchai is generated from using his burst or using a plunge attack during his burst, the direction it will roll into is randomized. There are some limitations on the direction in which Manchai can be thrown, mainly that it won't get thrown into directions where there's a wall. But there is a certain amount of RNG involved. Because of that, there can be some inconsistency in terms of how quickly you can get your skill. In most scenarios, you can expect somewhere between 6 and 9 plunge attacks during his burst. His Ascension 1 talent, his Ascension 1 passive, Dance of Amity, says, after Bestial Ascent's plunging attack, Charmed Cloud Strider hits an opponent, Gaming will regain 1.5% of his max HP once every 0.2 seconds for 0.8 seconds. In other words, he restores about 6% of his HP every plunge attack after consuming 15% from that plunge attack. Its second Ascension passive, that he unlocks at Ascension 4, Air of Prosperity. When Gumming has less than 50% HP, he will receive a 20% incoming healing bonus. This should never happen. Obviously, if you do get hit, it happens. That's okay. But assuming you're playing him in his good teams, you should have enough healing that you will not be staying under 50% HP for a long period of time. When Gumming has 50% HP or more, however, his plunge attack his plunge attack Charmed Cloud Strider will deal 20% more damage. Now, let's talk about how you're supposed to play Gumming. There are two main ways to play Gumming, and both of them rely heavily on triggering reactions with all of his attacks. Gumming is one of the few characters that have relatively slow attacks that deal a large amount of damage, and as such, he's a character that synergizes incredibly well with Meld and Vape teams, even more so than every other Pyro carry. Is that even true, Pipoga? Is it not just... Read his ult? Yeah, but this says when he lands or when he completes the pounce attack with over 50% HP. I guess this with over 50% HP could reasonably be assumed to work with either. Like, this is ambiguous wording. And I haven't tested it because you're never below 50% HP. I guess I should double check.
No pain, no gain. Sorry, pal. Congratulations. Mighty mythical beast.
Shit,
Alley-oop.
Oh yeah, you're right. In Tulpa, it happens quite often. I feel like it shouldn't. Because, like... the only way it happens is if you got hit mid-air. Like, right before you plunge. I don't know. Anyways. Um...
Sorry, pal. Everybody stand. Let's light it up.
Anyways. Gumming doesn't have internal cooldown on either his skill or his burst, which does mean that he's able to react, whether it be melt or vape, every single high damage hit that he does. I don't want to say this. The default way to play him is going to be obviously setting up your reactions, but once you've done that, using his burst and then just using his skill whenever it's available. If you do that, it's 1, 2. Do that, should be able to get 6 elemental skills. I'm sorry, let's do it again.
Up to it, Monzai. Congratulations.
If all you do is wait until your Manchai comes back and use your skill whenever it does, you will generally be getting 6 elemental skills before your Manchai stops getting generated. However, there are ways to increase this amount of elemental skills. The first and most basic way of doing that is to simply run towards Manchai whenever it spawns. If that's what you do, you should be able to get around 7 on average. And the second way of improving, and the second way of increasing the amount of elemental skills Gamin can get is to juggle using his Manchai. So what do I mean by juggling? Well, Manchai gets generated when you complete your plunge attack. However, if there is already a Manchai on the field, because of Gaming's 1 Manchai limit on the field simultaneously, the plunge attack will not generate
Whether it takes
a Manchai.
downhill or out to the sticks, I get the goods from A to B. I'll even take him across the sea if needed. Up to it, Monzai. Alley-oop.
What that means is that if you start your rotation with a burst into a skill, which is the general way you should do your rotation, and you do your skill immediately, the first plunge attack will hit the enemy before you catch the Manchai that is generated by the burst. If you do that, that plunge attack will not spawn Manchai, and you will only start spawning an additional Manchai after your second plunge attack. However, if you delay your first elemental skill a little bit, and try to catch your Munchai while you're in the air after using your elemental skill, but before using your plunge attack, you'll be able to spawn Munchai from that first plunge attack. And as long as you keep doing that over and over, you'll effectively be layering the amount of time that it takes for Munchai to roll away and then fly back towards you with your own plunge attack animation. Using this trick, you'll be able to generally get around 9 elemental skills rather than 7. Fuck that up.
Let's light it up.
Oh my god. I fucking hate this enemy. The hitbox is so cringe. That's a skill issue though. But at like really big enemies like this, it's hard to tell when Munchai is back. Fucking hell, dude. Why did he just not target him? I'll just go it against Simon. Can't be bothered. That was only 8, right? That was a little too slow. I stopped catching it for a bit. I got hit by the thing, and because I didn't use my Bennett burst, I was under 50% HP. God damn it, man. Bro, why am I so bad? It's not actually that hard. I don't know why I'm struggling with it. Okay. The hitbox got me stuck behind him. That's... Throw it against the fucking room. Given up. Why am I struggling to show this, dude?
Show no mercy.
Many happy returns.
Okay. Why am I so fucking awful, man? Is this why Nick's Zamin guide took so long? Unironically, yes.
Fulfill our pact.
Mighty mythical beast.
It just didn't let me input a plunge attack there.
Many happy returns.
Okay, I'm just fucking bad at the video game, dude. I give up. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to do a fucking showcase of nine plunge coming.
Mighty mythical beast.
I fucking call is the tabak. I'm actually gonna. I'm like actually molding right now. This is so unpleasant. Jesus fucking Christ. It's not hard. I'm just fucking awful today. I don't know why.
Teamwork is strict. Up to it, Manzai. Congratulations.
Got 8 again. Like fuck, dude.
Mighty mythical beast.
Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do when my skill just doesn't register like that? Like, I pressed plunge, it just didn't do it because I was stuck in his hitbox.
Everybody stand.
Many happy returns.
And this was fucking awful again.
I'm going in.
Mighty mythical beast. Sorry, pal.
Do a full rotation and let muscle memory take over. If I did a full rotation, I'd get it first try, but also I can't do a full rotation without the enemy dying.
Stray clouds converge.
Up to it, Manzai.
Fucking tabarnak de Chris de Calice, the fuck. I can't even do that. I'm gonna.
Sure.
There's the fucking clip for you. Editors. Anyways. If you use this juggling tech, you can get upwards of around 9 plunges without relying on... Sorry. You can get upwards of around 9 plunges on gumming instead of the default upper limit of around 7. However, that's not the only way you can increase the amount of plunges you're doing. If you're using him with Qianyun on your team, you can also just do a normal plunge attack, by jumping and then plunging. That plunge attack, however, will do less damage, so you should only be using it in certain scenarios. I'm sorry. So you shouldn't always be using it.
Whether it takes me uphill, downhill, or out to the sticks, I get the goods from A to B. I'll even take them across the sea if needed. So don't worry, you're in safe hands. They don't call me the gold standard guard for nothing.
How many plunges does Qianyun buff? She buffs... High for war. Eight plunges. Alright. Okay, so. Now, which combo you're going to want to use is going to depend on the... Now, which combo you're going to want to use is going to depend on the team you're using, which brings me to my next point. How good is Gaming in all of his different teams? Gaming is a character whose performance varies wildly, depending on the scenario and the team. The biggest problem that Gaming can encounter is energy problems. Because Gaming is a burst-reliant character with burst-reliant supports, and because his particle generation, rather than happening at the start of his rotation, like is the case for many other characters, happens throughout his rotation depending on the amount of plunges that he does, if the enemies die early, whether it be because it's the end of the chamber or just the end of a first wave, his energy generation falls off by quite a bit. Because of that, in a lot of his teams, he ends up struggling to get his burst back throughout multiple chambers. His ER requirements, assuming your rotations go all the way through without any hiccups, are relatively low. But higher ER is going to make him much more comfortable to play. So, what are his ER requirements? In the best case scenario, when used with supports that generate particles, in the best case scenario, when he gets a good amount of plunges, in the best case scenario, when he gets a good amount of plunges and is used with supports that generate a good amount of off-field particles, especially ones that can use Favonius weapons, his ER requirements can be as low as 100 or even 110 or even 100% ER. However, if anything goes wrong, or if things go too well and you kill the enemies too quickly, his ER requirements can go up. I generally recommend building around 140 or a little bit higher energy recharge on him for his clears to be comfortable. But even with around 140 ER, you'll have to make sure you don't kill the enemies too quickly into your rotation, and if the enemy's HP starts getting pretty low, you might want to swap out and make sure you generate particles before the end of the chamber.
That's a dope breakfast right there. The perfect way to start your day.
Alright, now with that out of the way, let's talk about how to build Gumming. Gumming is one of the characters that has the highest amount of viable artifact sets, as well as a wide variety of strong weapons. So let's talk about it. First, we can talk about the artifact sets. His general best artifact set is going to be the Crimson Witch of Flames. Now, he can also be used on Maréchaussée Hunter, or even on Vermilion. Sorry. Now, he can also be used on Maréchaussée Hunter, on Gilded Dreams, or, heck, even on Vermilion. Now, that's too... Nick wouldn't say something like that. He can also be used on Maréchaussée Hunter, he can be used on Gilded Dreams, and he can be used on Vermilion Hereafter. Pretty much all of these artifact sets have some upsides and some downsides. Let's start with Crimson Witch. Crimson Witch 2-piece increases your pyro damage by 15%, which is just a nice little bonus. And the 4-piece increases your reaction damage on Vape and Melt by 15%. But also, using an elemental skill increases the amount of pyro damage you get from the 2-piece by 50% of its starting value for 10 seconds, up to 3 stacks. In other words, you get a stacking pyro damage buff of 7.5% every time you use your skill. Now obviously, Gumming is a character who does a lot of damage by using his skill, but he does a good amount of his damage before having used his skill 3 times, which means that his uptime on Crimson Witch of Flames won't necessarily be the best. That being said, the reaction damage bonus is actually very, very valuable. Reaction damage, or the reaction damage increase from the 4-piece, is actually added onto the Elemental Mastery multiplier. The number you can see, if you click on the little question mark here next to your Elemental Mastery, it tells you increases damage dealt by Vaporize and Melt by 46.6% at 282 Elemental Mastery. This 15% increased reaction damage is added onto this, and it goes to 61. Because you tend to have less reaction damage bonus than you have damage percent, at, again, 282 EM, I have as much reaction damage bonus as I get from a goblet, but I have more sources of damage percent than just a goblet, then that makes this 15% reaction damage much more valuable than 15% damage percent. Despite Gaming doing a good portion of his damage before he gets all of his Crimson Witch stacks, his first plunge attack will still have 1 stack, his second will have 2, and his third onwards will have 3. You can think of the Crimson Witch 4-piece bonus as just a lot more EM on top of the damage percent. The reason why Crimson Witch tends to be his best in slot artifact set is because he also has some minor anti-synergy with the other artifact sets. So his other viable artifact sets, like I said, include Maréchal Hunter. So what's the problem with Maréchal Hunter? Well, he does decrease and increase his current HP, but he doesn't do it until after his first plunge attack. And that means that both his burst and his first plunge attack will not have any buffs from Maréchal Hunter. Because you don't get any value from the 2-piece bonus, which doesn't buff burst or plunge damage. And you don't get any value from the 4-piece until after your first plunge. Crimson Witch, on the other hand, gives you 15% damage bonus and 15% reaction damage on your burst, and then an additional 7.5% damage on your first plunge. Now, if you're using Farina on your team and you have a way of stacking Maréchal Hunter before doing some of your damage, it does make Maréchal Hunter better, but it is never going to be significantly ahead of Crimson Witch, and it's only usable in some of his teams. Or, no, it's only really competitive with Crimson Witch in some of his teams. All of that being said, though, the difference in damage between a good Crimson Witch set and a good Maréchal set doesn't tend to be all that large. Which means if you have a very strong Maréchal already, it may not be worthwhile to go out of your way to get yourself a new Crimson Witch set. And the same would be true if the sets were reversed. Other viable sets that you can use include Gilded Dreams, which gives you 180 elemental mastery and 14% attack. But 100 of that elemental mastery and that 14% attack also don't apply to the burst, so it's not perfect synergy. And then on top of that, the amount of stats that you get from Gilded Dreams, the total amount of value that you get from it, is not quite as high as what you get from other sets. And finally, Vermilion, where your biggest issue with Vermilion is the fact that you get a lot of, that all you get from it is a lot of attack. And in a lot of Gaming's teams, attack becomes very redundant. Not only can he have the ability to stack a lot of attack himself, but he also has great synergy with supports that make attack a bit less valuable than other stats, or rather, that make pretty much every other stat outside of attack stronger without affecting the value of attack. Because of that, while Vermilion is a viable artifact set, it will not tend to be his best one. Xyos would never say that, you're right. You're so right. Next, we can talk about the stats that you should be looking for on all of those artifacts. So obviously, Gaming is a carry character who doesn't have an anti-crit passive, which means that crit rate and crit damage are going to be very valuable on him. Outside of that, he's an attack scaler and a reaction-based carry, which means that attack percent and elemental mastery will also be quite good. And as I mentioned earlier, his energy requirements tend to be non-trivial, meaning that getting enough energy recharge to be able to play comfortably will also be something that is quite important. Because of that, the stats you're looking for are going to be crit rate, crit damage, EM, attack percent, and energy recharge. What about your main stats? Well, on the circlet, you're obviously going to want crit. Because Gaming has access to quite a lot of sources of external crit rate, through, as we're going to talk about later, his Constellation 6, but also, potentially, through the use of Xianyun, which gives plunge attack crit rate, through the use of Marie-José Hunter, which gives 36% crit rate, and through a lot of his good weapons, being crit rate weapons, it can... I would generally recommend going for a crit damage circlet over a crit rate one, although, if your specific build allows for you to go for a crit rate circlet without reaching over 100% crit rate, then there is no problem with that. For the goblet, you're going to want a pyro damage goblet. But for the sands, this is where it gets interesting. I guess he wouldn't say that. But for the sands, you have a few options. In most of Gaming's best teams, he's played alongside Xianyun. Because Xianyun adds damage to Gaming's plunge attacks based on her own attack rather than Gaming's attack, it effectively means that that portion of the plunge attack damage is completely unaffected by an attack sense. However, it can still react, and if it does react, an EM sense will increase the amount of damage that Xianyun is providing. In other words, an attack sense will only affect a portion of Gaming's plunge damage, whereas an EM sense will affect all of it. Because of that, in those Gaming teams, you will much rather have an elemental mastery sense over an attack one. However, Gaming has a decent amount of viable teams that do not use Xianyun. And if you are not using her, then the value of EM Sands goes down, or rather, attack Sands become comparatively much closer. Technically, you can also use an ER Sands if you have no ER whatsoever on the rest of your artifacts and you find yourself struggling with energy, but I would generally not recommend it. As a reminder, I would recommend aiming for around 140 ER for comfortable gameplay, but as long as you have at least 120, you should be fine. Next up, let's talk about Gaming's best weapons. Gaming is actually one of the few characters whose best in slot weapon isn't actually a 5-star one. Here, I'm not talking about R5 5-star weapons, but if you're looking at R5 4-star weapons and R1 5-star weapons, his best weapon is actually relatively often a 4-star one. And that's just because Serpent Spine is, well, really good. Not only is Serpent Spine, okay. I mentioned earlier, Gumming is a character who, one, can gain some value from... I'm sorry. As I mentioned earlier, Gumming is a character who has great synergy with Xian Yun, and as such, he... Okay, thank you. Okay. And as such, his synergy with weapons that provide him with more attack tends to be a little bit weaker. This means that the lower base attack from 4-star weapons is less of a downside on him than it is on most characters. His best weapon option tends to be a high refinement Serpent Spine or the new Fruitful Hook plunge focused weapon. Now, a quick glance at the stats provided by the Fruitful Hook may lead you to believe that the Fruitful Hook is a better weapon for him than Serpent Spine. It does provide, at R5, 32% crit rate, which is more crit than Serpent Spine, 32% plunge attack damage, which is more damage percent than Serpent Spine, it has higher base attack, and it gives attack percent. That's just a lot more of everything, right? Well, the trigger condition for Fruitful Hook is hitting an opponent with a plunge attack. That means that the first plunge attack isn't buffed. Similarly, it only provides plunge, crit rate, and damage percent, which means that the burst also isn't buffed. Serpent Spine, on the other hand, starts with all of its buffs, assuming you have it pre-stacked. Because of that, a fully stacked Serpent Spine versus Fruitful Hook, they both generally tend to perform relatively similarly. But obviously, Fruitful Hook has the upside of not increasing incoming damage and not requiring you to wait to pre-stack it. With all of that being said, though, Fruitful Hook is a weapon banner exclusive 4-star weapon, and most people tend to not have a lot of refinements on those. Low refine Fruitful Hook, compared to high refine, is actually not much better than the other 4-star options, because so much of the value from Fruitful Hook is from the effect rather than the stat line. That means that if you don't have Fruitful Hook, which is going to be the case for most people, the solid 5-star stat sticks, or the strong 5-star weapons, or the 5-star weapons that provide a good amount of stats will tend to be his best options. The most important factor when it comes to choosing your weapon for Gumming is making sure that you don't overcap on crit. While weapons like Beacon of the Reed Sea are quite strong on him, they aren't... The fact that they provide crit rate can end up limiting your options, and you have to be careful not to overcap if you're using them. You're gonna have to make sure you do the same thing if you're using Serpent Spine, Fruitful Hook, or any other crit rate claymore. Is there even another crit rate? Yeah, there is. Okay. The intonation kind of sounds like Nile Red? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Outside of those 4-star weapons, which are... Outside of those 4-star weapons, which have some issues, Fruitful Hook being that it's a gacha weapon banner exclusive weapon, and that it's only good at high refine, and Serpent Spine requiring you to pre-stack it for it to be competitive. What are his best weapons? Mawika's signature, 1,000 Blazing Suns, will tend to be his best 5-star weapon option. Beacon of the Reed Sea, Redhorn, Stone Thresher, and Verdict are all very, very close to one another, a little bit below 1,000 Blazing Suns. And finally, Fang of the Mountain King, Wolf's Gravestone, and Unforged are all close enough to the default 4-star weapons that they're not worth going for if you have his 4-star options. However, it's important to keep in mind Oh yeah. Now it's important to understand, in order to truly understand each weapon's value incoming, you need to realize that the damage that comes from his plunge attack after using his skill is not skill damage. His skill actually doesn't hit enemies at all. That means that Beacon of the Reed Sea doesn't have access to one of its stacks, the one that's reliant on your character's elemental skill hitting an opponent. And it also means that a weapon like Earthshaker that provides skill damage bonus doesn't actually do anything for him. Mailed Flower, on the other hand, while it does have a trigger condition of using an elemental skill, that's only one of the 2 potential trigger conditions. You get the Mailed Flower buff after a character's elemental skill hits an opponent, or after the character triggers an elemental reaction. And Gaming will, hopefully, always be triggering elemental reactions. This means that Mailed Flower's passive will not buff the first hit that he does, the one that triggers the first reaction, in most cases that being his burst, but it will buff every single plunge attack afterwards. And that's why Mailed Flower tends to be his best free-to-play option. Now, if you weren't playing while Mailed Flower was around and you didn't get it, you can use Rain Slasher in teams where you're using Vape instead of Melt. But outside of that, Gumming doesn't tend to have the best weapon options. His best craftable option will tend to be Tidal Shadow. But because all that Tidal Shadow provides is a lot of attack, it doesn't tend to perform all that well in the teams that use Xianyun. Let me check something, actually. Keep going. For people who want to build a strong Gaming, don't have a Battle Pass weapon or a 5-star weapon to use on him, and missed the Mailed Flower event, Gaming is actually one of the very few characters where I think it can be reasonable to use a Blackcliff weapon. Even with 0 stacks, Blackcliff tends to be fairly competitive with Tidal Shadow, and obviously, Blackcliff does quite a bit better if you do get stacks on it. On top of that, Blackcliff visually fits him, or Blackcliff visually suits him incredibly well. It's the same as this, but with colors that suit him better, right? Chat, should I get a Blackcliff just for the drip? What do you think? Fuck it. I'm getting a Blackcliff for the drip, dude. There it is, chat. Yeah. Anyways.
Eyes, boom booms, and mouth. And
But as mods, true. I don't have enough to fully level it though. Fine. Okay. In the worst case scenario, you can always just use the Ultimate Overlord's Mega Magic Sword, the Melusine Exploration Weapon. Wait, was this an event weapon? It was, never mind. It's also, yeah, okay, fuck. Anyways, that pretty much does it for the how does he conclude his weapon section? But then Craftable is pretty decent on him? Yeah, it's fine. With all of that being said, Tidal Shadow is still not that far behind Mailed Flower, and if that's the weapon you're using, there isn't that much of a problem with that. Next up, let's talk about Gaming's constellations, because there is quite a bit to say about them. Gaming is a fairly constellation-reliant character. It's Constellation 1, Bringer of Blessings, says, when the Swanee Manchai from Swanee's Gilded Dance meets back up with Gaming, it will heal 15% of Gaming's HP. This effectively means that during his birth, he's actually HP positive rather than HP negative. But this doesn't really matter too much, because in most situations, you should be playing Gaming with another healer. Not because you need the healing, but because his best supports actually have healing in their kit. Constellation 2, Plum Blossoms Underfoot. When Gaming receives healing and this instance of healing overflows, his attack will be increased by 20% for 5 seconds. Because his burst heals him for 30%, this will generally happen as soon as you use your burst at the start of your rotation, and you should be able to maintain a decent amount of uptime on this, especially with that C1. That means it's a 20% attack increase, which is pretty solid. It's nothing too crazy, but it is a nice little increase that stacks up with the rest of his constellations. Next up, his Constellation 3 increases the level of his skill by 3. This is actually his most relevant constellation before C6, because increasing the level of his skill by 3, considering the fact that his skill is the large majority of his damage, is actually a fairly sizable damage increase. Next is his Constellation 4. Now, when I've talked about his energy requirements earlier, I was talking about Gaming with Constellation 4 or higher. His ER requirements without this constellation tend to be much, much higher. But with it, they're fairly reasonable. Next up, his Constellation 5 increases his burst talent level, which is actually significant, because while your burst isn't anywhere close to the large majority of your damage that your skill is doing, your burst will generally happen at the start of your rotation, which is when you have the most of your buffs. A lot of his teams have buffs that expire in the middle of your rotation, and the burst will have most of those. And because of that, the levels on the burst do matter. And finally, his Constellation 6 is the big one. His Constellation 6 increases the Charmed Cloudstrider's crit rate by 20% and crit damage by 40%, which is 80 crit value. And then on top of that, it also pretty significantly increases the attack radius. Now, without this constellation, Gaming's AoE is incredibly small, and he tends to be a pretty bad unit in AoE scenarios. With it, he's a lot stronger in AoE scenarios. On top of that, he's also a lot stronger as a whole, because 20% crit rate and 40% crit damage, that's more crit value than you get from a main stat. It's a lot of crit. Gaming is one of the 4-star carries who's the most reliant on his constellations. He's up there with characters like Xiangling in terms of how constellation reliant they are. But unlike Xiangling, he's not nearly as old, he's not available in the Paimon's Bargain rotating shop, you don't get one for free, and his big significant constellation is the C6, not the C4. This means that it's a lot harder to get yourself a Gaming in a strong state. Now, C0 Gaming is still strong enough to be playable, but he doesn't really compete with other carries without his constellations. Alright, now with that out of the way, let's talk about Gaming's best teams. Now, it's important to realize... wait. Now, it's important to emphasize just how reaction-reliant Gaming is. If Gaming doesn't trigger any reactions, he's honestly not a particularly strong character. Because of that, when it comes to Gaming strong teams, I wouldn't recommend using either Monopyro or Chevreuse teams. he is going to be significantly stronger in Melt and Vape teams. So, what are his options for those teams? His strongest teammate, generally, is going to be Citlali. No, actually, how do I want to say this?
Let's go.
Okay. Now, Gumming is a character who doesn't actually use normal attacks as a default part of his rotations. He can potentially use them, but he doesn't use them by default. Because of that, he doesn't tend to have the best synergy with Yelan and Xingqiu. On top of that, his elemental application, when compared to the elemental application of other reaction carries like Hu Tao, is quite a bit slower. This means he's not nearly as reliant on fast application, and it means he has better synergy with characters like Farina. When it comes to Gumming's Vape teams, I would generally not try to play them without Farina. If you don't have Farina available to you, I would generally recommend Melt. Now, does that mean that I think Farina is better than the Melt teams? Well, no, and we'll get around, and we'll talk about that more when we talk about the Melt teams. But first, let's talk about these Farina teams. Now, Farina is enough Hydro for Gumming to be able to vape most of his plunges. Farina is enough Hydro for Gumming to be able to vape all of his vapeable hits. However, there can be situations where that's not the case anymore. Obviously, Farina is a character that's reliant on you having a healer, which means that you're really going to want to be using either at least Tianyun or Bennett. You can also be using Xilonen if you want as another viable option. Big deal, anyway. Now, when it comes to the last teammate slot in these teams, the one that will offer you the highest ceiling for damage is going to be Bennett.
Won't hold you back much.
However, these teams tend to be a decent amount harder to play with relatively inconsistent setups. On top of that, they don't tend to do all that well in multi-wave scenarios. For those reasons, the vape teams that I tend to prefer playing with Gumming are the ones that use 2 Hydro units, where you focus on using normal attacks to proc your Yelan or Xingqiu coordinated attacks while waiting for your Manchai to come back. The biggest potential issue in a team like this is that Xianyun's Elemental Burst applies Animo to enemies that get hit by your plunge attacks. Now, when you're in AoE, that's not a problem. But in single target, you apply Animo after having applied Pyro onto your Hydro Aura. That's going to be enough to remove the aura, which means that if you do your next plunge attack before Farina applies Pyro again, you will lose your reaction. And that can be a problem in these teams. That's something to keep in mind. And that's part of the reason why I tend to like using that second Hydro unit and effectively making sure that your application is more consistent. These teams obviously will have much lower personal damage coming from Gaming, because a lot more of the team's damage is going to be coming from Farina and Yelan's personal damage. Outside of those vape teams, though, you can also play melt teams. And Gaming actually has access to what is arguably the highest ceiling for speedrunning when it comes to 4-star only teams. A very well-built Gaming on this 4-star only double cryo team is actually one of the best 4-star only speedrunning teams. However, you're playing multiple characters that are circle impact, that limit you to a relatively small circle, which has given this team the moniker of the Venn diagram Gaming team. With all of that being said, though, it is still a fairly strong Gaming team. However, if you're using Rosaria, that's even more crit rate that you get. And if you're using Cryo Resonance, that's even more crit rate that you get. And that's an additional source of crit rate that can lead to you overcapping crit on your stats. Now, the best Gaming melt team used to be either this one or maybe this one, which offered higher damage but less consistency. But that was before they released Citlali. And boy, is Citlali a great support for Gaming. Citlali significantly improved the melt teams for him, giving them much higher damage ceilings, and just making them overall quite a bit stronger. Gaming's best melt teams are pretty much all Gaming, Bennett, Citlali +1. Now, if you don't have Citlali, you can use Rosaria as a unit that applies a similar amount of cryo at similar intervals. But obviously, Rosaria doesn't provide as much to the team as Citlali does. What are your options for that last slot? Well, the strongest one will generally be Xianyun, but Xianyun is far from necessary in this team. You can use Shilonen, you can use Sucrose, you can use Kazuha, you can use a second cryo unit like Rosaria or Iona, or you can even use a unit like Kea if you just want much more consistent melts because his cryo application is faster. But you end up with a decent amount of options on this slot. One thing to be careful about is the idea of playing Citlali with Farina. When you apply Pyro onto a frozen enemy, it will trigger Melt. However, If that pyro attack is a blunt attack, like is the case for Gaming's attacks, because he's a claymore user, and plunge attacks are blunt, it will actually shatter instead of triggering melt. Now, if the enemy also has an underlying aura, that won't be a problem, and you'll at least get either vape if the underlying aura is hydro, or melt if the underlying aura is cryo. But when you're using Citlali plus Farina, because neither of them has particularly fast application, in most situations, you won't have an underlying aura. And you'll effectively be losing out on most of your damage. Yeah, I guess I don't want to record some footage of a bunch of these teams, huh? I guess we can do that now. Record some footage. Do a little pause in the recording of the video for background footage to go under all of that yap. I fucked up. We can probably do this. I think it's doable. Oh. Good enough of a clear. Not amazing, but good enough. Good enough to serve as background footage. I just realized I should have sold my gumming back to...
Strike cloud converge. Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
Up to it, Manzai. Alley-oop.
Time to shine. Seize the sky. Game's up. Comes over. Gotcha.
Mighty mythical beast.
We can do better than this. Boss also plunging on you, true.
Make way for... Here comes the catch. Busted.
Up to it, Manzai.
Aligning, echoing song. Strike cloud converge. Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Mighty mythical beast.
Let the world collide. Seize the sky. Game's up. Fun's over. Busted.
Many happy returns.
Yeah. All right. How does it go again? Like this? That was not it, but it's fine.
Mighty mythical beast.
Aligning, echoing song. Strike cloud converge. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Many happy returns.
Editors, you need to include this.
Mighty mythical beast!
Make way, 'cause teamwork is dreamwork.
Any happy returns!
Time to shine. Everybody stand back.
Up to it, Monsai!
Alright. We got a nice background footage for this team. Let's get some footage for the Citlali teams now.
Let's light it up. I'm going. Suffer the wrath of
Many happy returns!
Everybody stand back. Let's show no mercy. Lolling.
Up to it, Monsai!
Teamwork is suffer the wrath.
Mighty mythical beast!
What? I applied Pyro to him because he applied Dendro to me in Bennett Burst, so I started burning, so my burning hit him. So I lost my meld. Let's do a better player.
Everybody stand. Fulfill our pact. Lolling.
Up to it, Monsai!
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the
Mighty mythical beast!
The last player was fine. have a good clear last time.
Going in. Stray cloud conferred.
Oh, whatever.
Suffer the wrath of
Up to it, Monzai.
We can do a double cryo clear as well. Use the Venn diagram team. We already did that one.
everybody stand. Fulfill our path. You two.
Happy return.
Look at you. Teamwork is dreamwork. Show no mercy. Lolling.
Mighty mythical beast.
Think you can bully me? Get to work.
Up to it, Monzai.
Okay. Anything else I want to show? Yeah, I guess I can show the non-reaction teams just to contextualize how important the reactions are.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Nice and spicy. Dancing in the wind. Up and away.
Many happy returns. Congratulations.
I guess I'm still on the M sands. If I'm going to be playing a team like this, I should at least change to attack sands. I'll just do this for now.
Let's light it up. Wind strike. You're toast.
Mighty mythical beast.
don't talk about the Bennett buff.
Teamwork is
Mighty mythical beast.
That's enough of that, honestly. That's enough of that.
Let's light it up. Going in. On for the. You asked for it. Don't worry.
Up to it, Montai.
Final warning. Teamwork is trim. Shadow Raven.
Mighty mythical beast.
Hands where I can see 'em. Don't break. I'm going in. By royal
Many happy returns. Alley-oop. Stop it now.
final warning. Teamwork is trim. Midnight then.
Up to it, Montai.
Now, because not everyone has Citlali or Farina, and because his reaction teams are quite a bit worse if you don't have either of them, whether it be just because their damage is lower, or because they're just a lot more difficult to play because of the circle impact from characters like Rosaria, we can still quickly mention the non-reaction teams. He can still be played with characters like Shanling in Monopyro, or like Fischl in Chevreuse teams. And your overall team's DPS will be significantly lower than the reaction teams, but it won't necessarily be too bad. And I think that's it for... Alright, and so, overall, Gumming is a 4-star character who doesn't really have the best versatility, whether it be in his team building or his situational versatility. He tends to have a lot of different enemies that make him feel a lot worse. However, when everything goes right, Gumming definitely is one of the strongest carries in the game. You really want to have his constellations, and ideally, you really want to have the supports that are good with him, but if you do, Gumming actually is a fairly strong carry. if you already have an unbuilt Gumming, especially if you have a C5 Gumming going into the Lantern Rite 4-star selection event, he may be worth picking up. How does he do his outro?
See more 4-stars that are good. We've been getting a few strong ones recently, and that always makes me happy. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. If there's anything I want to add or any corrections I want to make, it will be in a pinned comment, as she is a new character. Anyways, I hope this guide was helpful. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, we gotta replicate the cadence here.
Anyways, I hope this guide was helpful. Thanks so much for watching, and
Anyways, I hope this guide was helpful. Thanks so much for watching, and as always,
thanks so much for watching, and as always, I'll catch you guys in the next one.
I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace. All right. I'll tell the editors, recorded an abomination of a Gumming guide.
Whether it takes me uphill, downhill, or out to the sticks, I get the goods ready to go. I'll even take him across the sea if needed.
All right.
Don't worry, you're in safe hands. They don't call me the gold standard. So.
That was too much effort for a joke? Yeah, it was. It definitely was. Anyways, let's turn chat, cam, Spotify back on. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you had a nice time. Hope you had a pleasant experience. I think I have a video to post. Do I? Yeah. So as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. The video has been posted. If you're too lazy to go find it through YouTube directly, I will post a link in chat. Here it is. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!